let's get the example one. Example. Okay. Exam download is here. Exam download. This is their home page. All right. So this is the home page. I'm just putting the link in the notes for exam. So all right. All right. So one download. Okay. So this is a link. Then I can put it in your page. Page. All right. All right. So I've put it in your page, XAMPP download. So when you have to download and install, okay, install XAMPP. When you install XAMPP, let me talk about the installation here. All right. Okay, so they are even here again. Okay, install. So looking at the XAMPP and the WAM server, they are integrated with database, with the PHP engine, and the what? The server itself, the server software itself. But when you look at, you can also install them individually. Individually, you can install PHP, you can install MySQL by yourself, or you go for the bundle. That is easier. Okay. All right. After you have installed XAMPP, okay, after you install XAMPP, how do you start your server? Okay, when you get that link I sent and you install XAMPP on your computer, anytime you are working, you know, server must be up. You have to start the server, okay? So now I'm going to start my server. To start your server, you go to the C directory. So let's say I'm here. You go to the C directory. This is your CC. You know, after you install the program, XAMPP will be here. Most of our install programs are in C. So after you install your XAMPP, it is here, XAMPP. You are starting the server. So I will double click here. Then I'll look for start. XAMPP start. Okay. XAMPP start is here. Okay. When you double click this one, you double click. Then we have the XAMPP started for you. Okay, we have the exam started for you. All right. So this is our server. He said, well, exam now start as a console application. So you minimize this one. When you finish your whatever you are doing, you want to close the exam, you come back here and close it, exam underscore stop. So you close the when I finish running my code, I double click, you double click, then it says stopping exam. So you're stopping the server from running. Okay, stopping exam. All right. So you can see that is how it will stop. Okay. But right now, after we have installed and we are going to start our exam down, I'll minimize it. Then I can continue to work. I can continue to work in this environment. So that is how to start your server. I say after installing example 1, okay, you go to the C, you have to go to the C directory. Let me see here. Okay. So you can either search for exam start. You can search for it here. So here I can go here and type exam. It will pop up. You see, you can start your server from here. So that's why I say search for exam. Okay. Let's do that again. XAMPP. Okay. Search for XAMPP. Or another option is we go to C. Okay. Go to C directly. Go to C directly. Search for exam. Search for exam as I did earlier. Okay. Then you double click. Double click to start exam server. Okay, so that is these are the 2 ways you use to start the exam. Okay. If you have done database, you should have used XAMPP already. Okay. So after we start the XAMPP, yeah, we want to test the server. We want to test to see that the server is running. To test the server, you open a browser. That's why I said open your web browser. Open the web browser. So I'll go ahead to open a browser. New window. To test the server, they will type localhost. Localhost. You enter. Localhost. Enter. Okay. So this is indicating that the server is running. So it has opened the dashboard. okay, the dashboard with other links. Server is running, okay. So testing your server is what we have just done, okay, and that is the new interface. The new interface indicating that the server is running, okay. So now that we have tested the server, we're going to look at how we create a basic script. A basic script. All right. Okay. This is the general format for PHP. General format. We have 4 different structures for writing PHP. So the first syntax is here. You start your PHP using this command, write your statements, terminate or close the PHP. This is the short form of starting your PHP. So all this, you equally use text editor. Within the text editor, we write web applications. Okay? This is the second format. With the second format, I said short. The only thing that is missing here from the default one is PHP. PHP, okay? And the third format for writing PHP, the syntax is using the JavaScript script tag. We call it HTML script tag, okay? When you use the HTML script tag, you include language equals PHP. Remember last week we said language equals JavaScript. This will inform the browser to process this as what? PHP. Even though it's script tag. You write all your PHP, then you terminate. You write all the PHP, then you close the script tag. This is the fourth format for writing PHP. It is called ASP star tag. Using the ASP star tag, less than and percentage is the starting tag. You write all your PHP, then you close it. Okay. So these are the 4 syntax for writing PHP. After you write your PHP, you save the file as .php. So it must have, we said, a web page document containing PHP code must have an extension of .php. And the PHP code will not be sent to the client because it cannot process it directly. It will be sent to the server for processing and back to the client to be displayed to the user. All right. So that is our first syntax for writing PHP. Okay. All right. So I've saving the file here. First, write your code in text editor. Okay, and follow this process to save your file. Okay, write the code in text editor, follow this process to save your file. After you save your file, you can either save it with .php, that is the default one, or .php3 or .phtml. The server will process it as PHP. So PHP file has 3 different extensions we can use. That's what we're saying here. So you save it in that form. So This should also go there. Okay. Okay. Now, you want to compare the JavaScript to PHP. Okay. That's what this slide is about. JavaScript to PHP. So, in terms of syntax, as we just saw, and then JavaScript syntax that we saw last week, is saying that there are some similarities. Okay. So just like JavaScript, white space is ignored. White space is ignored. Just like JavaScript. End line with semicolon. This one is important. For PHP, it is important. End line with semicolon. Unlike JavaScript, that is the differences between them. PHP code is executed on the server and replaced with resulting output that will be displayed in the web browser. And just like JavaScript, PHP uses dynamic typing. Who can remind us what we said about dynamic typing last week? So there we say just like JavaScript again. So just like JavaScript. PHP uses dynamic typing. Okay, uses dynamic typing. Who can remind us what we mean by that? By dynamic typing. Okay. So by dynamic typing, let me see. Hello, are you there? All of you? Yes, I'm not.
Yes, madam.
We are there.
You are there. You cannot answer my question. What do you mean by dynamic? PHP is dynamic typing, just like JavaScript. Yes, somebody has typed that we do not declare data type. Yes, we do not declare data type, but the PHP engine, okay, will determine the value allocated to a variable and use it as its data type. So if I say $A equals to 1, the PHP will imply that is a number or integer. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, madam. I just wanted to try the question you
Okay.
were asking.
Mm.
So it simply means like that as you are saying the meaning of a PHP dynamic typing,
Mm.
like it means variables that do not have fixed types.
Yes. So it depends on the value you allocated. That will be interpreted as a data type. Okay, thank you. So these are the comparison between them. All right. Now we're going to see how you can declare variable. Okay. How you can declare variable. To declare a variable in PHP, you start with a $sign. Okay. We start with a $sign. How do you declare variable in JavaScript? Who can remind us how we declare variable in JavaScript? Right. Hmm. What is a variable? Yes, Richard. Uh-huh. So Richard is answering the question by typing. Yes. All right. So the JavaScript is var or const or let or without any keywords. Like the PHP, we said you declare variable using the $sign. Using the $sign. Okay. So using the $sign. So the syntax is this way. This is the syntax. After you declare your variable using the $sign, this is the syntax. If I say $variable, variable name equals value, so that's our syntax. $sign. Example is here. Okay. Example is what we have down here. So here we say syntax. PHP syntax for declaring variable is what we have here. Variable this. Then I have example here. Example. All right. And we are repeating here again. Variable data type do not need to be declared before you use it. So that's what we have here. So we say $fruit equals 25. So variable fruit, the value is 25. Okay. When you declare a variable, the rule is the same as we did with JavaScript. PHP variable must start with a letter or underscore. So the variable names, okay? The variable, so PHP variable names must start with a letter or underscore. So you can see our example there. After the $sign, we have F immediately following that. So that's our first example. Okay. And then the variable name may comprise of alphanumeric characters such as underscore or A to Z, uppercase A to Z, 0 to 9, or underscore. Okay. So, and as we said earlier, the variable name cannot start with a what? Number. But number can be mixed together with the variable within a test or at the end of the test. The number cannot start a variable name. Okay? So when you see a variable name more than one word, the variable name is more than one word, you can join them together using underscore, or you do it this way. You join them together, capitalizing the second word, or join them together using underscore. Yes. So that's the rule, like any other programming languages. Now, when after you declare your variable, how do you output it? First method to output is echo. Echo method, function. Echo. Okay. Example. If I declare this variable, the variable is what? Output string. And the value is, the answer is. Okay. And this is my echo statement. I say echo $output string. So this one, this is the value. Comma 42 exclamation comma again. Sorry. You want to output a long statement, you can do that. So you reference your variable name, all this will be added to it. The second way you can output is using print, the print command. Okay. If I declare the same variable, output string equals hello world, print output string. Okay. When you want to output special characters together with your content, you use printf. There are certain special characters you may, such as this percentage symbol. You want to output the dollar sign, sorry, percentage, those symbols, hashtag, all those things. You can use printf to print those sentences. $day, $high are the two variables. Then we say printf. In the bracket, we say the high on percentage 7s% was 3D%. Then we have dollar. So to copy 2Z here, 2Z 79. Okay, for that one. All right, so we are going to demonstrate our first PHP script. Our first PHP script. Looking at the example, the first example here, we have one statement. And looking at the below, the one below, we have three. The one on my right, we have three statements. Now, even though PHP, we have surrounded it with H1, heading one tag, that is HTML. We surrounded it with what? HTML tag. Okay. Okay. So, to start your file, you open a text editor. So I'm going to use this one. Let's edit it. Notepad++. Okay. All right. So this is our new document. Our new document. I'm going to demonstrate our first script and then how to save it in the server. We are familiar with the doc type, the head, the body tag up to here. So you can see PHP is added from that place and close. HTML closing tag for each one, the body, and then HTML. So that's what we're going to add to our file. So now that I've this file, I cannot save it anywhere. It must be saved on the server. So I'm quickly going to the server by clicking on what? If I say save, I know that the server is in C. So I'll go to C directory. I'll look for XAMPP. This is XAMPP. Open XAMPP. Then I'll look for this document, ATDocs. ATDocs. That is where your web pages will be saved. This one, ATDocs. Inside the ATDocs, you can have lot of projects. Lots of projects, okay? So I'm going to save your project name as switch. I want to save your switch 2026. So that is our folder. Open the folder, then you save the file, this one. So I'll call that one to demo1. Our file name is demo1. Demo1 dot php. Demo1 dot php. So I save it. Okay. I've saved our first file, demo1 dot php. Now let's go to our C again. I'm going back to C. Go back to C. We go to XAMPP. We want to see our file, either it is the ATDoc, switch 2026 is here. Then your demo1 is there. Demo1.php. But you cannot run the application there. You see, when I double click, what will happen? Is this what will be accessing? Okay. You cannot run it there. So I'm just making sure that it is there. Since it is there, to run the application to see the output. Okay. To see the output of what we have done, we open a browser. We are going for this browser. We open a new browser. Then you type localhost /. What is our folder name? Okay, switch 2026. That's the folder name. Slash the file. The file name. So file name is demo1 dot PHP, demo1.php. Then you enter. All right, this is what we have. Hello world, hello world. So this is our code. We say print hello, comma, world. Hello world, hello world. Okay. So that's what we have. Okay. No break. So if I also want to display them on different line, we can go ahead to say print or echo break. So I will go ahead to say echo, echo. The HTML break tag. Okay. Then we terminate. Right. So if added break here, I'm going to add break to the rest. Then we save with this. Okay. So when you go back and refresh, the 3 lines of code, 3 lines of print, echo are displayed on different lines. Okay. So that is how we can create a first script. And I said to demonstrate the first script, you open a browser. Type localhost to the browser. You type localhost. You are referencing the server name, localhost. Switch 2026 was the folder name we put in the 8C docs. This file was saved inside the switch 2026. That is the file name. So this is how you debug. This is how you debug a PHP file. Okay. Any question on saving and debugging? Okay. All right. So this we have demonstrated the first PHP script. Okay. Now we want to add dynamic content, but before we do that, I'll move that one first. We'll continue the introduction, and I'll add dynamic content to there. Okay. Okay. As we did with JavaScript, PHP also have reserved words. With reserved words, you cannot use these words to declare your variable. Okay, I cannot say $else if, $if, because they are reserved words. The same thing, I cannot use these words for my function names. I cannot say function required, function this. They are reserved words. So reserved words are meant for key purposes in our programming. Okay, and they can not be used for any other purpose than that. Okay. Also remember that keywords and function names are not case sensitive. Okay. They are not case sensitive in PHP. Okay. So reserved words and function names are not case sensitive. So these ones, you can write them in uppercase, the one when you are using it. The for statement for for loop, you can write it in uppercase. You can mix them the way it is. So those words, okay, are not case sensitive. This sensitivity applies to the variable names. It applies to variable names that you'll be given. So if I say $amount equals to 200, which of the following will be displayed? Who can tell us which of the following echo will be displayed in the browser? Hello.
Yes, madam, we are here. Just that some of us are asking.
Madam,
Yes.
I think it's the first one.
Why? Why is it the first?
Because the dollar amount tallies with the one that is going to be printed on the console. It has the same name as that one. The same naming convention.
Okay, Richie, thank you. So we said variable names in PHP are case sensitive. So, and I said earlier that you declare variable using the $sign. And that means our variable name is the amount. And that is what you can reference in your statement. Okay. So among the echo I've put here is right. It is only the first one that will display because the amount case sensitivity match with our variable name. Our variable name are not uppercase or written in this form. Okay, so the name is not matching. By case sensitivity, we mean that you should reference the way you have written it or declare them. Okay. Are you okay now? The rest.
Yes,
madam.
Okay. So I'm going to demonstrate again. If I say $, I'm declaring another variable. Okay. So if I say $A equals coffee, coffee. $A equals coffee, then I terminate it. I terminate it. If I say echo, so echo method, the bracket should come. So within the brackets, we want to say welcome, $A, welcome. Okay. I can't find the dollar sign here, so I'm going to reuse this one. Welcome, $A. So will this one, will it work? Will it display anything?
No, madam.
So that's case sensitivity. It will not display. Okay, until I go ahead to use the uppercase A I've declared here as my variable name. The variable name and the value is Kofi. Okay, that will not work. So let's we'll copy the same code here. I put there. I'm adding break to this one too. Adding the break. Okay. So I save it. I'll close. If we're going to, okay, I want here now to be uppercase. Uppercase. Okay. And we are going to add it to our program. The program we have here, before the closing PHP tag, we're going to add these new examples. We're going to add these new examples, then we will save it. Okay. So there's problem here, you have to change it. Okay. Okay. Welcome A. It's gone. Okay, welcome A. Here too, there should be quotation. All right, so it's better now. Okay. All right, so now we have we've added more things to our page. So we are going to refresh what we have. This was what we have. Okay. You see the error message. The first one is no, it's telling you that this one, our A is uppercase, not lowercase. So this is a warning sign it will give you, PHP. Undefined variable $name in C. XAMPP, AT switch. You didn't define it. Okay. So this one, that's the error message. And the second one, we said it will display, is displayed. It displayed. The second one, the amount is, then 200 is there. 200 is copied there. The other two that will give us error, you can see two error messages. And the last one, the capital A, welcome Kofi, welcome Kofi. So now we have demonstrated case sensitivity in PHP, the same as we did with JavaScript last week. comments in PHP, just like JavaScript, we have single line comments and multi-line comments. Okay? In PHP, we have two forms of single line comment using the hashtag or double slash. So two a single line comment. Multi-line comment, you start, you close it. Okay. If your comment will span more than one line, you use this form. Okay, now remember we said PHP can be used to make your page dynamic and interactive. PHP page can be used for dynamic and interactive content. So one example of dynamic content is what we want to demonstrate here with dates. Date. Okay. Want to demonstrate with dates. Before we demonstrate the dates, we'll realize that you can just write the dates. Okay, with the dates we have here, we have declared variable $today. $today equals dates. So we are referencing the date function. Remember, functions can be inbuilt or you declare your own function. So we have not declared function here. We are just referencing the predefined functions. And one of them is date. You just call and use it in your program. $date equals date. Then we want the date in some format. That is why we added some parameters. There are some parameters here. Different formats of date. Once you are going through this date, these are the meanings of some of the parameters. Some of the parameters that we have here. The I requires the day of the week, day. So if you see F here, F means month. Okay, F means month. J requires the date of the week. J. So anywhere you see J, J is equally here. J is date. So it will display the date. The suffix is a S. The suffix is a S, okay? Such as the 10th. 10th, we say that is the suffix here. The date and its suffix. Okay. Now we're going to add dates to the date object to our code there. And this will take the server date because we are running on the server, okay? And display it in the browser. So likewise, before the closing PHP tag, you can add dynamic content. And I'm going to undo and just use a small, just one line because it's not well formatted. Like I'll use 2 lines here for date. This is just okay. All right, so dynamically on the fly, when I save this file, and I save it, I'm going to add the break. Let me add break. Let me add this type of break, echo, in between them. Break. All right, so I'll save this again. Then go to the browser. We're going to refresh that. All right. All right. Who can tell us what to do? We are declare variable today. Then we assign the date function with parameters here. We assign break. Who can tell us what to do here? All right. So we have not output. Okay, we have not output our variable, so nothing will happen. Okay, so to output our variable, we can equally use what? The echo statement here. I can use the echo statement here. So I'll say today's date. Today's date is dollar what? Today. Dollar today. So we are referencing this one, the variable dollar today, in a sentence. It's my match. It is your match. So I'm going to change this one to today's. The variable name is today's. Today's. Okay. All right. So today's. Or it can just be anything such as D, dollar D. Then I'll say, sorry, dollar D. Okay. Okay. So we're going to refresh again. All right, so the two have displayed now. Today's date is, that's the format. The second format is this. Today date is, okay. Today date. So dynamically, it will keep on changing. It will keep on changing anytime visitor come to the website dynamically. Okay. Yes. Okay. So now we're going to look at the data types. Okay. Just like JavaScript, PHP supports the scalar types or scalar data types, as well as compound data types. Okay. Even though for the scalar type, you don't declare them. Okay. because PHP is also on type language. But depending on the value you allocate for your variable names, okay, it will interpret it as what? The equivalence of this. Okay. So we are going to start with the first one, which is Boolean. Boolean. As in any other programming language, Boolean can be assigned only a value of true or false. Okay. So if I say $answer equals false, or $finish equals what? True. Then our program, there will be other things, other logic we add into the program. This will be interpreted as integer. $age equals 31. Okay. If I say $price equals to 12.34, it will be interpreted as what? Float. String value must be quoted. And concatenation of a string value is done using the dot syntax. Okay. What did we use for concatenation in JavaScript? Hello.
Yes.
Hello. In JavaScript, what did you use for concatenation? Okay. So you have to read, you have to work, do example, and then you see what it means. I think concatenation is done in every program. When you want to merge two or more strings as in a sentence form, you do concatenation. And last week we said that and demonstrated that it is done using plus. Okay, it is done using just so JavaScript instead of here, you use what? Plus. You use plus for concatenation. And in PHP, we say concatenation is what? Done using the dot. This will merge these two sentences together. Okay. String is a powerful expression, and it can be treated like arrays, where individual character can be accessed and manipulated. This string can be treated like arrays. For example, if I say $str is the variable name and assign Apple. Okay, assign Apple. If I go ahead to say str3, str and the bracket 3, this will be placed in index form, indices. So last week again, we stated that the first element of an array is what? Having index of 0. The first element of array will have index of 0. Okay. So if I say that 3 as an index. This is representing index position. That will be L, apple. The third 3 here means the fourth element because it will start from 0. Okay, so that's why you get L as the answer to be displayed. The fourth element will be L. The first element, if I want the first element, I will replace here with 0. So the answer will be what? That will be the answer. The first answer will be what? A. Okay. The first element will have index 0. So if I'm outputting something like this, it will give me A, because A is the first element of the sentence. So string can be treated like arrays, so that the elements are placed on indices. You can access and manipulate them by their index values. We start from 0 onwards. Okay. Any question there? Okay. So we continue with string here. These are commonly used string functions in the program. In programming, you have string functions. They are inbuilt or predefined. You can call and use them. Okay, you can call and use them. So if I want to know the number of characters in the string, this is a string, this one. And people are adding more, they're adding more to the array of the strings. You want to know the length, we use the str length. Okay, str length. So this is PHP. strcmp. Okay. You want to compare two strings. strcmp. Okay. Okay. You want to know the string position. Different. There are many. So we just put these are just few. These are few examples. All right. Sometimes you don't want some functions to, or this is some variable name to change. You want it to remain the way it is. You define them using function define. Or let's say you declare them using function define. Okay. For example, if I say instead of saying $A and then you add a value, we're saying that for constants, you use a define function. Define function. So if I say define pi, and then whatever I've written here is a value. So this is a variable name, and this will be the value of the variable. Okay. So this is different to what we were doing earlier, where I would say $. Let me go back and see and take dollar sign. Okay, you can. All right. Earlier we said you declare a variable using the dollar sign and assign the value. For constants, we are not using dollar sign. We just use a keyword define, and to have two parameters. The first parameter will be the variable name, pi, for this example. And this is a value. The second parameter is the value of the whatever you have relocated. Okay, so it's the same thing we are doing in this form. Constants. You declare using the keyword define, assign the name and the value within that. There are numbers of predefined constants. Okay, there are predefined constants. Cosine, all those things, you are using them in your calculation. They are predefined. So these are examples of predefined constants. So if you use m_e in your program, this is what will be replaced there. The value, this is the value. If you use m_pi, this is the value. So they are predefined constants. They are constant values, okay? But you can define your own constants and give it what? A value. Okay. So now this will move faster because we did it last week. Arithmetic operators. PHP supports all the arithmetic operators. Okay. From addition, you can see that $y equals 2 plus 2. That's this example of addition. Example of subtraction. Example of division. How we can use it in our program. Increments. If I say y is 7, y plus plus means it should increment with 1. So these are our results with these examples. $y equals to 7. If I go ahead and say $y minus minus, it will subtract 1 from our value and display the results with our echo. All right. So this, let me see, we define functions. This one is what? String functions. Okay. String function can go with predefined functions. Predefined functions. So the floor, the cell, these are what they will return. Floor can be used to return the largest integer, less than or equal to the parameter that you have specified within the cell. Smallest integer will be returned. Okay. So there are many. So just to tell you that there are common predefined functions, just like JavaScript. Please, after here, you go to W3C school, w3school.com or .org. Okay, you see more of the predefined functions. Okay. So we are done with arithmetic operator. Okay. We have other form of operators here. The logical operators within our program. So this operator will be used for not. If you see not, this is a symbol, and then what? Oh, so okay. Somebody may decide using the word. Okay, this is a symbol, okay, for use. Then we have comparison operators. That one to their meaning. All right. Okay. This we did it last week again. And we compare 2 equal with what? 3 equal. Okay. Comparison operators, they have been. So if I say mention 4 or 5 comparison operators and what they do, and with example. Selection statement. We did on control expressions. So we said PHP if statement, for example, is like that of C. And in fact, the general control statement is like JavaScript. Okay, it's like JavaScript. But I still put an example here for if statement. Okay. So if I say if grade is greater than 93, print student grade is A. That's it. I'm using single if statement to display just one condition. Just one condition. And instead of echo, we are using the print to output. The print to output. Okay. This is another example of if statement. Just like JavaScript, multiple instructions may be grouped using the curly bracket. So you can see 2 statements. I want two statements. Using the curly brackets, you can group them. So we call it the code block. So the statement is if $grade is greater than 93, then student grade is A. Okay, student grade is A. Then I declare another variable equals true. So I want to make 2 or more statements. Use curly brackets. Okay. If else or else if. Okay. In JavaScript, we use else if for displaying 2 or more condition. 2 or more condition. In PHP, we use what? Else if. You see the difference is else if. PHP, we use else if. Okay. So that's the difference in this language. But the statements are the same. the keywords are different. So PHP, we join this together. We join them together. As if in JavaScript, they are separated. Okay. So now we want to display as if it's a conditional statement that we use to display different conditions. So if we have two or more conditions, so that depending on whichever is true, the other one will display. Whichever is false, the other one will display. We use else if, okay? So the same code, the same that we saw earlier for single statement, we have that here upgraded. If I want to display based on different scores, and allocate a grade, I'll be using else if. If $grade is greater than 93, then student grade is an A. But if the system, the grade is what, 89, it should be what, A minus. So that can continue. Finally, you say else, when student did not get an A. I mean, all other scores should be in this way. This is the statement that we display for all other scores. Student did not get an A. Okay. Right. Okay. So logical operator, I will also move that one to this one. We send it to the operator. Okay. Comparison. Okay. Let me put it here for now. All right. If you don't want to use else if, so many of them, you can use the switch statement. So that's the clause here. Switch statement can be used as an alternative to the if else method. It's an alternative to this type of method. See what we did here? We use if, else if can continue until the last one, then you say else. In switch, it's the same thing. You want to display whichever is true based on a condition. Okay, switch. So we start the switch, and this is our menu, $menu, the variable as a parameter. You put all your cases. Case 1, we said print whatever you want. Then after each of them, there should be break. Case 2, break. Case 3, case 4, break. We do them. And the last condition, the last one, you put your default. The default statement will follow. The default statement will follow. Okay. Then we close our block of statement. Okay. Block of statement. All right, so that is switch. Just like JavaScript, you can do looping, repetition, repetitive statements, and PHP. So PHP also supports the while loop for repetitive statement, the do while loop, and the for loop. The for loop for repetitive statement. So all this we did them last week. Okay, using the for loop. Okay. So repetition. Looking at the while loop, the format or the syntax is this. You start with the keyword while, and then the condition. Statement block. Okay, statement block. All right. So example here we say $count equals to 1. Okay. We declare our variable when we assign 1. So we should repeat the statement based on this condition. So if $count is less than 72, print. Okay, this one, this is the looping. I should continue printing based on with the increment. Continue printing based on the using the increment. We say $count plus plus. This you should keep on adding 1 and printing at up to less than 72. Okay, repetitive statement. Okay, I'm going to add this to our example. So before the closing PHP, I'm adding the statement for while loop. You save. Okay, I've saved that one too. This is our page currently with the date. And I refresh, you see what happened. Looping, it will print from 1 up to 72. Sorry, up to 71. Because we said less than 72 to continue printing and incrementing the value. Repetitive continue up to 71. Okay, looping. Do while is here. With the do while, the looping is also what? Carried out. The difference is that with the do while, you bring the condition first and then the while down. As we did with here, we brought our while statement, we brought our condition statement first, then what? The output. Condition the statement to be output. Do while, the statement to be output, and then what? The condition. Okay, so the same code we have here is the same in this format using the do while. The same for the for loop. Okay, with the for loop. Okay. All right. So you can add break. In each of them, you can add break. So instead of printing on the same line, it will be on different line. Okay. So here you can see the initializer. For the for loop, the initializer is here. The condition is there. The increment. So those are the three parameters. Where you want it to start from. Okay. Based on this condition and the increment. Okay. So that is our for statement. Then we output. Okay. All right, so we are doing introduction. Because of the numbers of reserved characters. Earlier we have seen reserved words. Okay, they are reserved characters too. For example, we have used $sign to declare variable in PHP. And want to use it in your write-up. You have to add the escape character. Okay, so that's what the statement here. Because of the number of reserved characters, such as $sign, question mark, comma, the quotation, they are reserved characters. Okay, those characters, when you are using them in your program, you have to precede them with the slash. You have to precede them with the slash. Okay. So that's the slash there we are using is called escape character. Escape character. So many of the ISO standard too, the characters, we precede them with what? Slash, backslash. Okay, so these are examples of characters that need to escape. And the only thing you do is to put slash in front of them. A slash here, slash there, slash there in your program. Okay. All right. All right, so in our program, we should understand the concept of type casting. Okay. If you want to convert a variable from one data type to another, okay, you can do that using the type casting approach. Okay, this is the syntax. Syntax for type casting. So the old variable is what you put here, the $1, the $sign. $sign. Then the new type will be here. The operator you want to change it to will be in the brackets. And the old variable will be there. This is a new variable you are declaring. So if my new variable is $B and this is $A, that's our example. Okay. You put a new type there. So for the new variable, you're changing it to different one. You're changing the old variable to the new type. Example. According to PHP manual, the supported type casting are int, boolean, float, in that order, object arrays. Okay. So this is example from you want to convert from string to integer. String to integer. Okay. Then here you want to convert from what? Float to integer. Okay. If you declare variable and assign 45 elements. This is the assignment, 45 elements. That is a string. It's a string, and you can see it's in quotation. It's in quotation already. Okay. Then I'll come here. This is my new variable name. Okay, in the bracket, this is a typecast symbol, int. I want to convert this to what? Int. And this is the old variable name, which is a score string. This is the old variable name. It's referenced here. My new variable name, I want to convert this string to integer. So this is how it will go. Okay. So var dump, then I pass my new variable name. Okay. So that's how you convert from string to integer. Then if I want to do from float to integer, meaning my old variable name is price. I can see the value is what? Float. Okay. This is a conversion here, typecasting. Typecasting is here. My new variable name, and then the type, the casting type. I want it to be an integer. Then the old, I'm referencing the old variable, which is $price. Okay. var dump will do the rest. So this is this is what the var dump here is a function. Okay, var dump function is used a lot for convention. So if you use var dump with for the new price, it will truncate the what? The decimal point. So everything after the decimal will go, leaving the 19. Okay, here the same. var dump that we have used here, and this is our new variable we want. It will just extract the 45 alone and display it, not with any other words. Okay. All right, we are still with data types. If you want to display the data types of some variable you have declared the values, you can use the get type function. The get type function. Okay. All right. So these are the data types. Again, they are repeated here. Example is here. Get type function. Okay, so if I say dollar mortgage rates equals, this is 0.0575. So look at that, I say echo get type. The get type function, I pass the variable name as the what? Parameter. Okay, so this is another example. Okay. So another thing you'll be using under the PHP, especially in mathematics, the calculation, if you are using the math function, you realize that operator's precedency will operate. Operator's precedency in your calculation have to be figured out. To write accurate calculation for data to be stored and manipulated. So you just using the math object, okay? Yes, operator precedency. A rule guiding how the values will be processed. So operator precedency refers to the order in which operations in an expression are evaluated. Okay, so mostly the associative rule will be abided by. So you see the calculation evaluating from left to right or right to the left. So example of those operator precedency is here. We have example here. All right. Array elements. When the PHP array elements are in the bracket, this is a square bracket. So the same happened to JavaScript as we did last week. Array can be defined using the square brackets. Okay. So looking at array elements, the associativity will be from right to left. Okay. Increment. We just saw increment in the for loop. Okay. Right to left. Okay. Associativity. All right. And you find yourself using any of the operators, arithmetic or logical operators. Okay. So associativity are also defined here. Okay, for you. Associativity, we continue. Okay. All right. Okay, so this is the end of our first session. This is PHP. Okay. And I have this exercise for you here. Based on what we have learned so far, they say identify the errors in the following PHP scripts. Identify the error in the following PHP scripts. Okay. So who can identify the errors here? So we are going to start line by line. Okay, line by line to identify the errors. Yes. So let me. Yes, we are going to do that with the text editor. Then we can all see clearly. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we are here. I'm removing this so that it can debug. Okay.
Madam,
So
can
what
I?
is yes.
The first line, the variable name, it should start with a $sign, but it's not there. The
Okay.
variable
Thank you.
declaration.
So I'll add the dollar sign. Yes, thank you. So the variable name should start with a dollar sign. Okay, so let's look at the rest of the line.
Madam, the first line too, it didn't end with a semicolon.
Yes, so no semicolon. So I can't find my semicolon, so I'm copying. Okay, it's here. Right. So let's go to the next line.
Madam, can I come in?
Yes, please.
The next line, when you look at the variable declaration, the string var is string var1, but the name is different from the variable we declared.
Okay.
The one is not attached to it.
Okay, so what should I do?
Let's add the one to that name.
Okay, so add one.
Semicolon, I think.
Semicolon.
Yes, please, to end it.
Okay, what again?
Madam, I want to guess, but I'm not sure. After the print, that's a variable name. Aren't we supposed to put the dollar sign before it too?
Yes, you have to put. You have to add the dollar sign.
That is all I can see in the second line.
Okay, so you compare the second line to my print here. Is it complete?
No.
So what is left?
The code.
Thank you. So we put the quotation. All right. So now, let's line 3.
No semicolon.
No semicolon. Thank you. Line 3, no semicolon. So we paste. All right. Thank you. So now we are going to the for loop.
The increase operator, I think it's supposed to be plus plus.
Thank you. This one is supposed to be plus plus. Okay, I've added plus. Mhm. For loop. Mm. Yes, for loop.
There should be dollar before the I. For the I dollar.
Thank you. There should be dollar sign for dollar I.
Dollar I.
Mm-hmm. Because it's 0. Mm-hmm. What again?
Another dollar I for dollar I less than 9.
Yes. There should be dollar there. Mm-hmm. Let's be fast. We want to go on break.
Madam, the I plus 2, there should be a dollar preceding it.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Dollar I plus, yes. Mm-hmm. All right, let's do fast. So what again?
Madam, I think you should terminate the line.
The
You
first,
end the line, yeah, with a semicolon.
are you sure?
No, it's okay.
It's not ending because the 4 is for, you see the curly brackets open under it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not
Okay,
the end
okay.
of.
Mm-hmm.
So the 4 is for that whole block of code.
Of course, thank you.
Okay, so does it mean the dollar sign will precede the is I squared or so something?
Which one? Yes, there should be a dollar sign there. You are
Okay.
referring to the next line.
Yeah.
Okay. So here, right?
Yes, please.
There should be dollar sign. Okay.
And the other 2 I's on the other side should also be preceded with dollar signs.
Dollar, yes. They are variables that you have added here.
Then we end it with I think that one should be ended with a semicolon.
Semicolon.
Yes, thank you. Semicolon. Mm-hmm. All right. Next line.
Next line of.
Please, I think the I in on line 45, yes, must be preceded with a dollar sign.
Yes. The I here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, it's done.
Madam,
Yes.
the plus sign there, aren't they supposed to be periods?
Thank you. Thank you. For concatenation, is that not what we just did?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, please.
What again?
Dollar before the squared.
Yes.
Mhm. Mhm.
Then there should be a semicolon after the double quote.
Yes. Mm. So, yes. Yes. Okay. All right. What again?
The next line, semicolon at the end.
What again?
Is this supposed to be print or with S? Is this supposed? I'm getting a bit. The print is supposed to come with S or
It's supposed to be print, not supposed to be there.
so like the line before the last you see there's print
Okay, yeah.
to print having SS ending it instead of
The S should not be there.
PR. There should not be there.
Okay.
Then the second one as well.
So you can see that I stand blue now. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. You have done well. So that is a code correction to show that you have understood the concept. The introduction we have just done. Okay. So save this work. Okay. So let's study
Okay, ma'am.
we study this code. We say the first line, we declare a variable. Then we assign H1 with this content. And then 1, that's HTML.
Yes, please.
Then we tell PHP to print out. So it will print the text here. The second one, print UL. What do you want to do?
That's
Another
an ordered list.
Another list.
Thank you. So we want another list for the 4 statements. We want another list for this 4 statements. So we start it here. You can see that it ends at the end of the block. Is that not it? Ends slash. It ends here. But from the first statement, this is our initializer. Our initializer, we say it should start from 0. So far as I is less than what? 9.
Yes.
I plus plus. What should it do? It should do multiplication, square, 1 square root of those numbers. And we want them to be printed or displayed in a sentence form. I've saved that work. We'll go to our page again. Then we'll refresh. Hey, 939 is something. 939. This one.
H9.
H1. Align center. Integer square from 0 to 9.
I mean, the center, I think the quotes should be single quotes instead of double quotes.
Align center. I'm also thinking there should be CSS there. Let's see. The CSS for alignment. Okay. All right, it works. It works. Integer square from 0 to 9. That is the H1. And we say it should be centered. Align center. The rest of the content are here. Square root of 0 is 0. Square root of 1 is 1. And we have said it should be UL, is that not it? Another list.
Yes.
So up to square root of 8, 64. Because we said so far as I is less than 9, this should come. So thank you. We'll break for how many minutes? 20 or 15. Let's break for 15 minutes and come back.
Thank you, madam.
All right. Tell them to pause the recording.
Okay, madam.
Saima,
Yes, sir.
if the recording is paused, won't we have two different sessions? Or
No.
do they know how to join it?
If they stop that, it will be two different. But if they pause, when we come back, they continue.
Okay. I think pausing will be the best.
It's 15 minutes. Pause it.
You try it. Baba is the bucket back on the let's see anything.
Hello.
Hi, madam.
All right. Welcome back. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. So now we're going to look at PHP part 2. In this PHP part 2, we're going to look at arrays and the string in PHP. Okay. So likewise, this is our goal. Okay. These are our goals. You should be able to declare arrays and use it. Then you differentiate between variable scope, array functions, and string functions. All right. With the last lecture that we just finished, the earlier lecture, we talk about string. So this is just introduction to string again. So we can define string as a sequence of characters. That's when you assign it to a variable, you have to add quotations. Okay. And as I said earlier, string can be made to behave like arrays. So we can retrieve, replace the characters within a string, retrieve and display it, okay, in one way or the other. For example, we have a string text here. This is a sequence of character. So if you say echo string text 0, this will output T because the first index, which is 0, is T. Okay. But if I go ahead to say echo the variable name, we want to echo the variable name, it will output everything. This is a sequence of character to output everything to us. And as we saw with earlier example, a single quoted string is displayed as is. It will be displayed as is, single quoted string. Okay. So that one too is demonstrated here. We have $age, that one is an integer value. But if I say $string text, I am $age-year-old. Okay. So we want to reference the variable, this variable, $age. We want to reference it in our sentence. So we say with single quote, it will display it as it is, as you have written it, as is. Then with double quote, it will replace the variable value. It will replace the variable value as we have written it. So 37 will replace $age here. And then earlier we also did concatenation of string. Concatenation of string using the dot syntax. Okay. So that is a review of what we did earlier. Concatenation of string. Okay. Okay, so now we want to continue with looking at functions. Okay, one of the string functions we also look at is explode. Okay, when we have sequence as a variable and we have the value, another element as a variable, this is another variable, and it's equals to explode. You see what we have here? The parameters within here, we made an empty parameter. That means we want this to be separated with what? Comma, the output. The output that we want to display should be separated with what? Comma. Then we pass the variable sequence as an argument within here. Okay, so that can be done with what? Explode what? Function. We can display each of the elements of the array, each of the elements of our element, $element, using 0. So if I say echo element 0, this will output what? A. Element 1. In that order, up to the element 6, which is what? G. This is one way we can display our element. We'll also define arrays as what? Index lists of elements that can be used to store multiple what? Values. Compared to variable, where you can store only a single value, array is used to store multiple value of different data types at once. Okay. And we can assign it to what? A variable name. The importance of array is that whenever it's very useful whenever you need to work with large amount of data. It can be used like a database. It can be used as database where you can query each individual element from the arrays. Okay. So array is a special type of variable that can hold many values at once. Okay, so we'll see key facts about arrays. Just like JavaScript, one characteristic of array is that it can hold any number of values. You can access each of them through their indexes. An element can store any type of value. So when we talk about type, it's a data type. So any data types can be stored, okay, together at once. So you can have one single array attached to a variable, and the values will be, one of them can be integer, the other string, boolean, etc. The array's length is the number of elements in the array. Okay, number of elements in the array. So an array's element value can itself be an array. So meaning an array can store another array. And that is called multidimensional arrays. Okay, so the value of array can be another array. Yeah. So array within arrays is called multidimensional array. The benefits of arrays in PHP are that they are easy to manipulate. Okay, you can easily delete. You can easily add new elements to the array. You can easily change, just like database. And it's also allow you to work with many values at once. Instead of variable that you can only work with one value. With this one, you have many values at one time. PHP give you many handy array related functions. So there are many functions. We call them inbuilt or predefined functions that you can easily call and use within PHP. So much like arrays in JavaScript, okay, each object within the array is referenced using an index. So the two of them, array in PHP, array in JavaScript, you use their indexes to reference them, to manipulate them. Okay. And elements of an array act like variable. So you can modify them or use them to define other element. PHP assign the first object in the list in the 0, the same as JavaScript. Okay. And then to use the array index to point to a specific element, use the square bracket. Use the square bracket. Okay. I think we saw this example earlier in the earlier note. If I want to refer to the first element in the bracket, I will just put 0. In the bracket, I put 0. So meaning I want to reference or do something with the first element of the array. All right. How do you create PHP arrays? Okay. In PHP, you can create 2 types of array: index array and the what? Associative what? Arrays. Okay. So with index arrays, you have numeric indices for their values. Numeric indices for their values. And with associative arrays, you have what? A matching variable name with their respective what? Values. With their respective values. The associative arrays is sometimes referred to as hash, and the indices are called keys. Okay, hash and keys. So you declare the hash, put the symbol, and then you assign the what key. We'll see the differences here. So now let's see the syntax. The syntax for declaring index array and that for declaring associative arrays. So the first one is here, using array construct. Using array construct, okay, to declare our variable, okay. Sorry, the arrays, okay. So the syntax is, we declare a variable and then declare our array. We assign the array. So array construct, it means you mention the array, and within the bracket, you assign you put the element of the what? Array, okay. For example, if I say directors equals to array, so within the bracket, I've listed the names of the directors. So here I have 4 elements within the array. Alfred Hitchcock. You can see because it's a string, it's quoted. Stanley Kubrick, you quote it. Martin Scorsese, quotation. Fritz Lang, quotation. Within the bracket, and you can see the termination for the array. Our array name is just what? Directors. Okay. So the first one is easy. We declare the array using the array construct. So this is array construct. Within it, you assign the element. The second one, which is associative array, you declare the array index together with its value using this symbol, equals and greater than operator. Equals and greater than operators in between index and value. And the index is not a number, it's not just a number. The index can be a text. For example, if I say $movie equals array, in the bracket, I have title mapped to rear window, director mapped to Alfred Hitchcock, and then year mapped with 1994. Okay, so looking at this form of array, the title is a what? Index, and this is the value. Director is an index, and then that's the value. Year is an index, and the value is 1954. Okay. All right, so that is one of the difference, how to declare associative array and that of what? Index array. Okay. Any question here? Okay. So you should know how to declare. If I say declare an array of your six member of your classroom, class or class group. 6 members of your class group. So later when you are manipulating the array, you use one of the function to add other members, to be adding other members, removing other people. You can do that. Okay, so this is one way we can do that. Declare array. So far we have declare array using array constructs. Okay, so the same thing I'm explaining here. Creating arrays in PHP can be done using the array keywords. Array construct is the same. Okay, and unlike a variable, array must be declared. So meaning this is our declaration. We are using the keyword array. Or you can say array constructs as I used earlier. Okay. For these examples, I've declared 2 arrays. Array Bob, in the brackets, Larry, Mr. Note. All string. The second one, I declare array numbers. Using array construct within, we have everything here is what? Numbers. But you can have mixed data types. Array may contain mixed data types. Example is what we have here. Okay, if I declare the array as mixed, and within my array construct, you can see that 5.2 is assigned. We have apple, which is string, true, which is boolean, 42, which is what? Int. Okay, and then 5.2, which is what? Float. Okay, which is float. So array can consist of mixed data types. And that is the explanation that we have displayed here. So after you declare an array, you can add more. You can add more to the value. So let's first look at what we have here. With this example, I have 3 elements for the first one. The element of the arrays are 3. For the second one, the element of the arrays are what? 5. The last one, the element of the arrays are 4. Okay. All right. Sometimes you create an empty array. You create an empty array so that value can be added later. Okay. Empty array. Okay. So in PHP, these are the 3 ways we can create empty array. So if I say empty array equals square bracket and there's nothing. Okay. I've declared array and the array name is empty array, but there's no element. The second format is using the array keywords. You can see within the bracket, there are no elements, so it's empty. If I say the value, this is equal to array, in the bracket, the null is an empty array I've created. Assigning value to new unset indices. So if I've created empty array and I want to assign value, okay, I want to assign value to the listen. So let's see if I have $name. $name is here. $name is here. So if my array is $name, right. if the alright, so this dollar name, and then we have Bob, Larry, Estalante. So this Bob will be index 0, 1, 2, and I want to assign index 3. Index 3. Index 3, I said the name that should be stored there is Archibald. Archibald. So this is how you store, that is assigning value to new index. Okay, to assign value to the new index. So you mention the index name, the position. So by referencing the array name, so dollar name square bracket 3 should be Archibald. So this will store Archibald in the 4th position. Okay. If no index is specified in the bracket, the square bracket, if there's nothing specified, the value will be assigned to the next available index. So like this one. If I say I'm still using the array name, dollar names, and then bracket there's nothing, and assign value. This will be stored to the next index, which is what? Index 4. The 5th element, index 4. This will be stored in index 4 because it's the next one. Okay. So that is with the using the array keywords. Okay. So now we want to see clearly our understanding of the associative word array. With associative array, it has different indices depending on what you're doing. Okay. And the way it displays is also different. To declare associative array and assign its value, we use equal and greater than operators. Okay. Example, this is the syntax. Array into bracket, then you mention the index, assign its value, comma, mention another index, assign its value, etc. You use this to assign its value, this symbol. The example is here. If I say $P2 equals array 1 mark to 23, 2 mark to 45, in that order. So if I go ahead to say print R, okay, print R. We use print R to output indices, associative arrays. Okay, we use it to output associative arrays. This will output array, the one you have written in the index. So I mean, that's the index to map to 23. Index 2 for this one, that will map to 45 in that order. Print R. Okay. In associative arrays, string can be used as the index. String can be used as index. Okay. Instead of numbers, you can use strings. So example is here. We have $SI equals array first. So first is an index here. Map to 23, second to 45, in that order. Okay. So you can output this element using the index name. If I say print second, okay, print $SI second in the bracket. Okay, this is the second, and the value is 45. Okay. Print R, we also output everything. Index value, index value, index value. Print R, as I use here, print R, we output everything. Okay, so we're going to look at the demonstration. Okay. If I assign values to these indices, if I assign value to these indices, the array name is UL. At the end, if I say print underscore R $UL, this is how it will display it this way. That's how it will display it. Okay. So in short, so far we have looked at how you declare array, and now you display the what arrays. Okay. So let me see the first example. Okay, so this is $name. $name. Assigning occupant. Then you output. Okay. So we're going to create another document to do this demo. New document for the second demo. Then you see how I'll save it again. All right, so this is the empty page now. Okay, empty page. Let's save to the server. Okay, the server, because we already have one file there, it took us straight to the switch. Okay, so I'll say that demo2.php. Okay, so we have our syntax save for demo2. Okay, in this demo, we're going to practice what arrays. Okay. So earlier I've moved this one there. I've moved it a $name. Using the array keyword, we're declaring the array. So declaring array names. We want to add another element to increase the number of elements within here. So you can use this syntax. Okay. $names index 3. You should store Akiba there. Akibad here. Okay. All right. Dollar. Okay. Then after that, we'll do this one too. We are still referencing, you mentioned the array name and assign value. That's what we are doing. So the same array names, we say empty. We didn't assign index. Then we want Jimmy. So that's why we say it to be assigned to the next available index. Okay, next available index. So if I add that to our program, okay, I add that to our program. So we are going to output. We are going to output each of these. Then we'll see either it is adding or not. Okay, we'll output the first, we'll output this one, then we'll output that one again. Okay, and we'll see whatever is going on. This is associative form of outputting. So I'm going to output the so for the first one, I will say output. I want the dollar sign, so I will say dollar name. Names. Dollar names. Okay. $20 names. Okay. So for each of them, we're going to output. So I say dollar name. So that's what we have now. Okay. So again, we'll go to output. We type localhost. Localhost. The folder name. Switch 2026. The file name. The file name is demo2. Demo2. And HTML. Sorry. .php. Demo2.php. Wow. Array to string conversion. So all the, what do you call it? Array to string conversion. Why is our code to here? For all the print is now working here. Array to string conversion. Right, so let me try the echo.
Madam, can I say something?
Yes.
I was looking at the variable names that were declared for the arrays. There are three different, but they are all using the same keyword name.
Names. Yeah. I want to display as we add the same dollar name.
Okay.
The same dollar name. So it's like this. After we add the Akibad, what will be the array now? Okay. Before, what is this? After we add the Jimmy, what is the length of the array? You should display it. That's what I want to do.
Oh, okay.
So first, that is the same array. We are adding, display it, so that we see the length. So the print R or echo, you can use it to display our stuff. Okay. All right. Okay, so here, this is our array before. We didn't display. Then we say in the index 3 add archivat, empty index. Then we want to add Jimmy, display either it has added this or not. That's what I'm doing. Okay. All right. So for the, all right, I know what is happening. We have the, for echo, you have to put them into quotation. So let's echo the first one first, one by one. Okay. So on line 11, array to string conversion. On line 11, array. Okay. Okay. This is our line 11, echo. Our names. Our names. Okay. It's still giving us a string. Okay, so it will not work this way. It will not work this way. So you can only use the echo to display based on the index, based on the indices. Okay, to display everything, everything here, we have to use a for loop. We should loop through and then we'll display. Okay, we should loop through and display. Okay. So let's use, what do you call that one? Print underscore R. So the print R here, I don't, that one too may not work. Print underscore R. The parameter will be names. Okay. Okay. Print R is just telling us that, oh, in the 0 is Bob. What do you have there? Larry is index 1, and then Miss Alunt is index 2. Okay. So if that's the case, we can add the other variable. I'm going to add the archivat. After that, we are adding Acrobat. And the tray is Acrobat. Then we say printer again. Printer. Okay. Acrobat. Okay. Acrobat is added. Index 3 map with Acrobat. But it's joining together. You have to add a break. Break in between the yeah. Yes.
Madam, with the first one, the echo one, the method you used first.
I'm coming in.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to add the break. Yeah, okay, you can talk now. Okay, so that's the two things. It has added the Acrobat and then displayed our. And the last one we're trying to use. So we want to add Jimmy to the next index available. So that one too, when we enter, there should be break in between the two. All right. Okay, so the three Jimmy is added to index 4. The next one is 4. Available index is 4. Okay. And that order. Okay, you can talk now.
What I'm saying is that the first method that you use, you change the print back to echo, and it was given the error message. The when you did echo name, we should have referenced the index number, the indexes. So maybe index 1, maybe echo name index 0. So you should print the first index, the value in that array.
Yeah, one by one.
Yes.
That one by one. We want everything.
Okay.
If you want, like now, printer is printing everything within the array with the indices. If you want to use to also output everything, you use the for loop. You can use the for loop there. Okay, so your method, let me come. For each of them, is that not it?
Yes, please.
So you can send that in a text and I'll see. I don't understand.
Okay, let me type and see.
Okay. So that's creating arrays. We said we're using the array keys. Okay. Then assigning value, we assign value referencing the index or without. Okay. Exactly. Assigning values to new unset indices. So you can do them in two ways, by mentioning the index or do it this way. Okay. So this is also the associative array. And that is the display we had earlier. So with associative array, we said you declare using the array index, the symbol and their value. Okay. So in this array declaration, we have 4 elements. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 elements. So if I want to output the associative in associative form, we use print underscore r. Then the bracket, you have the array name as a parameter. Okay. So we are going to look at that also. So this is an example of array using the array keyword. Another example, when in associative form, they want to display the everything. So that one too, all right, because there's no break. Okay. Have you sent?
Madam, I'm typing it.
Okay.
But if someone has sent another one to in the message in call message.
No comments. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah, the for each approach. For each dollar name as dollar name. Okay. Okay. Open, close the all. So the only say, okay, let me use for each year. Okay. For each. So, okay. So after yeah. Okay. We'll take. Okay. That's that one should come first. Okay. Bob, Larry, and okay. So that is printing the elements. Printing the element alone. Okay, that's fine. So all the elements, you can use this loop for each statement. Okay. All right, so we are on. Acrobat is assigned. Okay. So associative array is also demonstrated. Okay, so now we look at the string as array. String as array. Okay. Okay. With variable si, we have declared associative array. Up to here is associative declaration. Okay. And the array name is si. Okay. So if I want to print the second index as it is here, this is how I'll do it. Okay. This is how we'll do that. Print R $SI will print out everything with the symbol. We print out everything with the symbol. All right. Okay. So now, okay, all these are the same thing we are doing. To assign elements, assigning elements, okay, assigning elements, so to indices. This can be done and you can output assigning new elements. So that's what we did earlier. Here we say index 3, assign Acrobat. Assign this. Okay. So these are the same as what we have done. All right, so this is a full program now. Full program. We create array, print everything within the array, print array again. Okay, all about array. Okay. So I'll leave this and go to multi-dimensional array that we talked about earlier. Please mute yourself. Huh? When you finish answering, then you mute. Okay. So we're going to look at multi-dimensional arrays. We want to store array in different, more than one dimension. You have to do this. Okay. Yeah, you use the concept of multi-dimensional array. Okay, array of arrays that are defined earlier. So looking at this example, in the diagram, you can see that we have stored three different records in array form. 3 different records in array form. So the first can be considered as one array, that's a value. This one is also another array value, another. Okay. How do we create the dimensional, multi-dimensional or two-dimensional array that we talk about? Still considering this diagram, the matrix, this is the code in PHP. Code in PHP to display this kind of array. My array name is matrix. The name is matrix, and we're saying that within the elements of this array are starting from here. So we're saying index 0. This is the index, and this is the value. Another index, index 1, also map. You remember the symbol? It's array. The value is array. Index 2, the value is another array. This is the initialization. Okay. So if you want more dimension, the same method will be used. So with this method, we're saying that we declare one single array, but it consists the elements. The elements are arrays themselves. Okay. Okay. So now we want to see output printing or outputting arrays. How to print or output arrays. This we have done. Okay, so two methods. We declare array names and you want to print the third element. You want to output the third element. Okay, this one you want to output the second element. All right. When you want to output array as part of a string like this, you want to write some sentence and output the array, the curly bracket should be used. So you can see the $name too within the string. Okay, so print array element 2 is, so this will say that array element 2 is Mr. Lund. Array element 2 is Mr. Lund. Okay, so this is how we do that with curly brackets. Okay, as part of a string. All right. Print R. Want to print, we have seen an example of this already. So we want to print out the entire array with their indices. The function is predefined. Print underscore R. I think I've used it a lot here. Print underscore R. Yeah. All right. For each, we'll loop step through an array, one index at a time, to display its contents. Okay. So we have used for each earlier. This is the syntax. Sorry. The syntax. The array name in the bracket, the index name, okay, the variable name. All right, so our example is given here. Listen there for each statement. All right. For each again, with sentence. Okay. So this is another in-class exercise. In-class exercise. They said, given the following array, create a PHP script that prints a list of office hours. A list of office hours. Okay.
Share it, please.
Hey. Okay. So I hope you can do this. You can do this. The array name is here, office underscore hour. Print it. This print the list of office hours. Okay. So you can use the for each here, or you can just use printer. Okay. So we have another exercise. Another exercise. Yeah, this is. Okay. This one is based on the operators. Operators. Okay. All right. Okay, so just like JavaScript, okay, we say a variable declared within a function, okay, will be feasible only within the what function. Okay. And also know that PHP doesn't give an error when you use undeclared variable. It will initialize it as null. It doesn't give error message. When you are using variables that are out of scope, only a null value will be what returned. Okay, so PHP manages the undeclared variable. Okay, it manages. Okay. For example, we have declared variable using function. Function with my function. You declare a function. So the same as JavaScript, you declare a function using the keyword function. So our function name is my function. The variable is assigned 25. And you can see it's within the block of a statement. If I go outside the block and reference my function, this is what my function is being referenced here, and then we output. This is out of scope. This is out of scope. So the $var value will not work here. Okay. It will not work there. However, the variable can be made global so that it can be referenced anywhere, either within the function or outside the function. So, example here, global iVar. Okay, so that can be seen anywhere. Then we declare the variable, which is iVar, again, the assigned value. So if I go outside the block and reference the iVar, it will work here because we have made it global. Okay. Static variable, if you want a variable value to remain the same, you use the keyword static to declare to start it. Okay, static this. Okay. And the moment you declare a static variable, you assign the value on the same line. Okay. Also note that static variables are not visible outside of the function block. Okay, so this is an example of how we make a variable static. So earlier we made a global keyword. For static variable, we say static and the variable name. And remember we said assign value immediately on the same line, assign value. Static iVar equals 0. Okay. $iVar plus plus. Okay. So within the block of statements, you can still output outside the what? The block. Okay. My function. My function. Okay. That's our function name. Okay. And because of the increments, it will increment for us. Okay. So we have looked at array functions. There are many. And you can get more of array function in their website, PHP website. Okay. You can get more of array function in the PHP website. When you go, you practice. Not the PHP website alone. I think you can go to the what do you call W3 school. W3 school. W3 school website. You get there, you can equally you can practice at the W3 website. Okay. So example of the array function are here. So array function, I said there are many. The website they listed like over 75 array functions. Okay. So some are here. From this slide going, there are example of array functions. Okay. That we can use to manipulate the elements within the array. Okay, so just few examples here. Okay. So one of the array functions is the array key exists. Array key exists. Okay. It will check for the array index and return true if it exists. So this is the syntax. You mention the index and the array within the bracket. Okay. Another array function is the array underscore key. Okay. Can get the list of the keys or indices within a particular array. Okay. So earlier we declare office hours, array office hours. If you use array underscore key, office hours, it will return the keys, the array key, the indices. Okay, the indices. So 3 count, the count function. Okay. We also return the number of elements in an array. It's just like the length property in JavaScript. Okay, this will, so if you $name equals to array Bob as we used earlier, if I say print number of elements equals $count, and this is the array name, the $names, you pass it as a parameter. All right, so count. Okay. So there are many of array function range, maximum and minimum. Okay. There are many there. So as I said, you practice at the W3 website or the PHP website. Apart from the array functions, we experimented with, so you can see this one is continuing up to 7. Okay. Sorting. Okay, sorting. If you want, after getting a lot of array inputs, you want to sort them and display. Okay, so we have sorting like JavaScript. So sort, R sort, A sort, AR sort, know the differences. know the differences. Okay. Okay. So here is about string functions. String functions. So, and here again, we have almost 100 string functions. There are many, depending on what you are doing. Okay. So some example of string functions are join or explode or implode. Join. Okay. All right. So how for join, it will take the element you pass as a parameter and return them as a sentence. Okay, join. So if I declare words as my array name and I pass all this as a parameter, okay, join, this is our sentence. How do you want it to be joined? So inside there, you can put either a comma or column, okay? So without anything, it will bring them together. So that's the first parameter. The second parameter is what? The array name. Okay, string join. Okay, the delimiters that you want to be used for the joining will be here. Then we have explode. Explode will display array of strings, the substrings of the original string divided at the string operator. Okay. So with explode, you have string separator. So if our string separator is dot, okay, dot, all these are the other parameters. $where's. Okay. So if I say print R, where's, this is how print R will display for us. Okay. String function, strlen. This will also return the length of the string in characters. Okay, string length. Okay, so it will go through the string count and display the content, the string length. So depending on what you are doing, that you'll be using some of these functions. Okay. Okay. Earlier we stated that PHP can display pre-formatted content. Okay, pre-formatted element. Okay, so using printf. So printf is different from print. Okay, different from print because it gives formatting control to the programmer. Okay, and that's our syntax too for printf. Okay. So all this will be moved to the first slide because there we saw example of a printf. Okay. So escape sequence. We saw it in the previous slide too. Escape. Okay. And printf. Okay. We want to display ASCII character. We want to display some predefined character pi. We use printf to display them. PHP also supports modifying cases on the fly. So all these are predefined functions. Okay, string to lower to upper. Here you want the first character in uppercase. Okay. Okay. So to modify string modification can be done here. String modification. Okay. When you want to control white spaces, how they display in the browser, you can use the trim or rtrim or ltrim. Okay. So ltrim will remove the white space from the left side. This one will remove white space from the right. Okay. So this one will do return string with leading and trailing white space removed from both sides. Okay. All right. So there are many inbuilt. For example, we say print. Instead of just print with our bracket, we say trim. We add trim function. Okay. So this will remove all the leading, the spaces we have put. You see them? Remove and display. Okay. Print trim again. In that order. For comparing strings, we use either strcmp, okay, strncmp. So they are all predefined functions. Okay, so parameters will be passed string 1 and then string 2 for your comparison. Okay. When comparison is done, it will return a value, either 0 or 1 or -1. Okay. 0 when it's written, it means the strings are equal. Okay. 1, string 2 comes alphabetically before string 1 in that order. So these are SCRP again. All right. So as I said earlier, there are many array functions and string functions. So if you can go to this link, you get more with example, depending on what you are doing. And the array functions. Also the same website, you can get more. of what you are doing. Okay. So basically today we have looked at introduction to PHP. You should be able to declare, save your PHP file, and do some statements. Okay. So next week we'll look at more on dynamic and interactive content. Okay. That will be our third week. All right. Any question? We are done. Coswell,
Madam,
Ima? Okay. All right. So that brings us to even past time, 4:23. Okay. End of
thank you.
today's session.
Thank you
So,
very much of
yes.
my colleagues.
Okay.
We really appreciate the effort you are giving and the time wasted. So we'll follow the slides, and then we'll be doing more practice and then backup and see the way forward. We'll promise that we'll make you proud.
Thank you. So
God bless you.
I will send the practice question for JavaScript. I'll send the practice question for PHP.
Okay.
Okay. So
Thanks.
we work on it. All right.
Okay. God bless you.
You're welcome. God bless you all. Bye. See you next week by God's grace. Bye bye.
Regards to the family.
You too. Me too. By regards.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Bye bye.
Mr. Kuchi.
Papa. Obo Windy.
Mr. Kuchi.
Ruche. Oh, it is. Father.
Mark.
Yeah,
Mark.
yeah, Charlie.
Now, friend, if I never throw back on for.
Clifford say it. Clifford say the same thing. Oh.
On the mechanic, I can say, be a me bedauka.
Oh, no, but I was on vacation until the next day was, I don't know, what's up?
You know they get anything. You know they get anything. So why would you call you?
The supervisor, no,
dollar, you know they get money.
Clifford,
Dollar sign
Yes.
without money.
are you there? You know the core piece for the supervisor this thing for portal.
You know, get your own.
I don't get that.
But you get school.
Yeah, school, I get that. I upload that.
Then they're not assign you yet.
Maybe his school is not on the list.
Maybe my supervisor talk last that was on Wednesday.
Also, it will show on the dashboard already.
Where you go upload them no? Where you submitted your school that you got for your teaching practice no? When you log in there, just look at down. You see something like, is it my teaching practice or something like that? When you expand that one, you see my supervisors, my supervision, my assessment, or what. When you go to my supervisors, if you have been assigned a supervisor, the name and contact will be there.
So like where you go see like my supervisors.
You see that
yeah, I see
portal we supposed to use submit the schools we
I
have
did
been.
there right now. I did there right now.
Look at your left hand side. What are the options there?
There's no number, name of supervisor, don't contact number and status.
It's not there.
No, nothing. That's true.
Them they have not assigned you yet.
Hey, I'll go fix that.
When did you submit your school? When did you submit your school?
I can't recall, but like we can check.
Because I'm sure it's not something that when you submit, no, they assign you automatically.
Mm.
There's
Now,
one lady in my school. We all submitted our forms the same day to the school, but I submitted mine online earlier than her, and I think till date she has not gotten her supervisor yet. But I'm sure it is going to be the same supervisor since we are in the same school.
I take the see my shots.
Why you log in with your phone, man? Phone,
No, PC. See, I've screenshot this into you.
Okay. I got you. So they not assign you supervisor. But one day there, nothing day.
So that be where they are confusion. So
Them
now
not
that's not the.
Them
That's
not
not
assign
the-
you. If
I
they
call you
assign
them,
you,
add them.
name of supervisor will be there, contact will be there.
But I check a crowd because I today we
Today be 25th.
But like one my contact to be away for do follow up or something.
No, if not the one that they gave for the Eastern region own, I'm not aware of any contact.
Oh, okay. Shall I go link
But
up?
when you go to just ahead of on top of off campus, you see some option there, enquiries. Have you seen that?
Oh, okay.
So when you select that one, it will open some enquiries form for you to fill, and then maybe you alert them that you don't have a supervisor.
All right. Thanks. Go link up.
All right.